for some more people to join. Hello, welcome everyone. So we will still wait just a couple of minutes and then we will be starting our session too. Thank you. Hello everyone. So I think we can start if that's fine with Robert, Douglas, with you. Okay, so welcome everyone to our online training 2023, session 2 on the business model canvas. So as you may know, we had our first session of this virtual training center last week, and this is now the second session. I'm here with my colleagues, Robert Sanders, the team leader of BIC Africa, David Dagne, the communication officer of BIC Africa, and myself, I'm Christina Dax, I'm the project manager of BIC Africa. We all represent EBN, the coordinator of this project. And I'm here as well with our experts. So you can see on the screen, Douglas, Francisco, and Susanna. So Douglas, can I ask you to please go to the next slide? So just in a nutshell, about the objectives of this course. So the course is designed to provide incubators with an opportunity to connect with incubation and innovative entrepreneurship experts, and also among themselves. So more precisely, the aim is to learn about proven models and strategies of setting up and running business incubators, including also how to engage with investors. So here you can see the total of 4 sessions that we will be having this year. So as I said before, today is the second one on business model canvas, and we will have 2 more. One this Wednesday on the 6th of December and one on the 13th of December. And the next sessions will be focusing on actually on engaging with investors. Next slide, please. I can see that someone in the chat said that they are unable to hear me. Can you all hear me well?
Yes, we can. Can hear you very well, Christina.
Okay, so yeah, Mohammed, maybe check your microphone, please. Maybe there is some issue. Thank you. So indeed, so these 4 sessions, all of them are 4 hours long, and they take place between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern African time on Zoom. And we will put the registration link in the chat once again, so that you can also register for the next sessions. And we have the recording available also for the first session. So we will put all of this in the chat. So on the right-hand side, you can see our expert trainers. So indeed, we have Susanna Seabra, Douglas Thompson, and Francisco Rostra representing SPI. They are leading the first 2 sessions, and we have Francesca Natali and Lorenzo Valeriani from Meta Group, who will be leading the 3rd and the 4th session. So starting this Wednesday and next Wednesday. Next slide, please. So to give you an overview of the agenda for today, firstly, we have the introduction. Then we will hand over to part A. This will be focusing on overview of business incubation, including key business incubation services and structure of business incubators. Then part B, starting 3:15 p.m., will be focusing on business model canvas and value proposition canvas. So here, the main elements will be discussed for both of these topics. Furthermore, so at 4:15, we will be having a joint exercise focusing on business model canvas design. And finally, we will have at 5 p.m. a panel session. So here we also invited some representatives of the country projects and some business incubator managers that are involved in the country projects and that we are working with. So you will be able to ask them questions, and actually, so in the chat, we will put a link to a question sheet. So if you can already think of questions now or later on throughout today, then please put your questions in this link provided. I can already see that Francisco just put the Google document in the chat. Thank you. So next slide, please. So just to introduce our experts who will be leading the session today a little bit more. So Susanna Seabra is a manager at SPI. She is an expert in the field of innovation and entrepreneurship with particular focus on new product development. Francisco Rocha, who is here with us today, is a senior consultant, specifically in the international area of SPI, with a focus on providing services and training in innovation management and SME development. So Francisco worked on numerous projects, also funded by the World Bank, African Development Bank, and also European Commission, so many European projects. And Douglas Thompson is the manager of the international area of SPI, responsible for the development and implementation of SPI's international strategy overall. So Douglas has a vast experience in various evaluations and studies, and has worked on numerous capacity building activities, support services, and more globally European projects in the field of innovation and economic development. So of course you will hear more in a little bit from our 3 expert speakers themselves, but for now, can I ask you to please go to the next slide? Thank you. So I would like to introduce in a nutshell the BIC Africa projects before we get on to the core of today's topic and materials. So just a few words about us, EBN. So EBN stands for the European Business and Innovation Center Network. We are the coordinators of the BIC Africa project. So EBN actually started itself as an EU-funded project back at its inception in 1985. So its core mission was to actually create a network of quality business incubators, which are also called business innovation centers or BICs, with so business innovation centers who could help entrepreneurs and startups, actually particularly those who are focusing on innovation. So actually at EBN, we design, develop, collaborate, and deliver a wide range of technical business support services and quality assessment and certification products. So this is actually quite particular to EBN, that indeed we have this quality certification to let's say prove, also to serve as a proof to entrepreneurs who get engaged with business incubators that the services provided by those business incubators are indeed of high quality. And so as such, there is this network of EU BICs, the certified members that we have, who really offer services in nearly every activity that can be performed, and as such providing a complex spectrum of entrepreneurial innovation support, which really includes incubation, acceleration, internationalization, access to funding, and other services. Thank you. Next slide, please. So to introduce the BIC Africa project, so actually there are 5 distinct country projects, the aim of all of which is to establish and consolidate and reinforce business incubators in the respective countries. So as you can see on the map, so there is a project in Angola. This one is led by IFC. The projects in Comoros, Madagascar, and Somalia are led by UNIDO. So this is the implementing partner. And finally, the project in Ethiopia is led by SEQUA. So when I said before that during our panel session, we will have some representatives of the country projects, indeed, we will have here one of the, so we will have a representative from UNIDO for Comoros and also from SEQUA for Ethiopia. So the aim of BIC Africa project is really to create synergies, to create connection between these 5 country projects, and as such to create a regional network that also provides dedicated capacity building and networking support, and also provides software networking services to the wider incubation ecosystem in the region. Next slide, please. So to talk a little bit more about who are our beneficiaries, so we work directly with business incubators in BIC Africa, and specifically the business incubators that are involved in the 5 country projects. Of course, nevertheless, our final beneficiaries are entrepreneurs, SMEs, and startups who benefit through the business incubators. But in most cases, we don't work directly with entrepreneurs and startups, but we work with them through the business incubators. And we also have indirect beneficiaries. So these are enablers, policymakers, business angels, universities, EU delegations, and so on, who are not the main beneficiaries, but who are, of course, involved in the project activities, and who we involved in the development of our various services. Next slide, please. So just to give you a few examples of the service offer that we offer to business incubators mainly within our country project. So we provide capacity building and skill development services. So these includes, for example, the virtual training session, of which our session today is a part of. We also design and implement 5 national and 2 African boot camps. So these are live boot camps which take place in each of the countries at least one time. And we also have boot camps which really gather together incubators from all the 5 country projects, and as such enable them also to meet amongst each other and to collaborate and create synergies. After we also offer, we make a better connection between European and African innovation hubs, and also inter-African collaboration between the BIs. So we will have a soft landing service and staff exchange program actually starting this year, in the scope of which business incubators from these 5 countries will be able to join European business innovation centers and collaborate and learn from them within a short period of time, or over a week or so. And we also organize staff exchange between the African business incubators, where they can visit each other's organizations and learn from each other. So we also ensure that quality standards are respected. So the certification program of EBN that I mentioned before, we are also extending this within BIC Africa and adapting this quality certification to the local context, really adapting it to the needs of each country. Then we also support the business incubators with benefiting from exchanges and cooperation. So, for example, we have dedicated activities with the diaspora members from the 5 countries, and we try to connect these business incubator managers with diaspora members across Europe. And of course, there are other support also, such as awareness raising about the needs and challenges faced by incubators, and also enabling them exploring other business opportunities. For example, one service I didn't mention yet, we also have an acceleration program for women entrepreneurs, which is more broadly open not only to the business incubators of the 5 country projects, but in general to entrepreneurs from sub-Saharan countries. So, for example, this program, as well as the virtual training center, which we are running now with this session, for your information, if you're not from the 5 country project, but you're from a different sub-Saharan African country, then you're also able to access these services. So we encourage you to follow our website and keep updated about our news, to also see how you can participate in activities that are open more broadly to a wider audience, either to entrepreneurs or really to business incubator managers. Thank you. Next slide, please. That's also, as I said before, you can see on the screen Robert Sanders, who is the team leader, myself, and David Dagne, the communication manager. We are the core team of the BIC Africa project. So thank you. Next slide, please. Thanks. So that was the introduction. And by the way, so as I said before, we will put the link of the video of last week's session. In that session, I went a little bit more into detail about BIC Africa, so you can rewatch it if you would like to get some further details. And so with this, I would like to hand over the word to SPI. And we hope that this session today will be useful and you will enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christina. So hello, good morning, everyone, and good afternoon to those already there. My name is Francisco Rocha. I am an international senior consultant from SPI, as presented by Christina, and I will be leading the presentations under part A concerning the overview of business incubation. First, I want to thank, of course, Christina and the whole BIC Africa team for giving us the possibility to speak about this topic and to provide this presentation. This is really an excellent initiative. We have been in the previous session where we had very good interactions on the topic, and hopefully today we can also have relevant discussions and inputs, not only from us who are speaking, but also from you that are participating through the different exercises and interactive processes that we have planned for today. So initiating the session, as I mentioned, I will be leading the part A of the overview of Business Incubator. And basically, the main objective here is to try to provide you an overview of how business incubation is defined, and specifically how it is growing, its different growth stages. We will then move into a part where we will provide you an overview of the different incubation services, as well as some relevant points concerning the structure of the business incubator. And here, specifically, we will talk about the selection criteria for the entry to a business incubation, as well as until the graduation stage of the business incubation. This slide and the content that we will present is based on content that was provided before under the BIC Africa, specifically by the partner Cesar Yamahal from Innovus, as well as a study that we have based ourselves on from the World Bank, specifically under the InfoDev. So starting the session in the next slide, you will see, and before going into details on the business incubation services, we believe it is important to first provide, of course, you are probably aware of this, of course, but the definition of business incubator, and briefly describe the different stages of this concept. So, of course, the business incubation is defined as the process that supports the development and scaling up of growth-oriented early-stage enterprises. If you were also in the last session, you might recall that we talked about the concept of early-stage entrepreneurs and early-stage enterprises under the study of the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, GEM, and where there it is defined as those entrepreneurs that are involved in setting up a business since its conception until its birth, and up to 3.5 years. Of course, the business incubation here can entail a more broad approach, but it is relevant also to highlight this. In terms of the business incubation, it usually consists of 3 stages, those that are shown on the slide. First, a pre-incubation, moving to an incubation stage, and then at the end for a post-incubation. You will see, of course, and we want to go through this in some detail because we believe it is important to describe the milestones, the goals, and the main services of each one of these stages. If we look at the pre-incubation, and here we are, of course, speaking about the business idea or the project until it goes and it moves into the stage of incubation. Of course, in this stage, the main objectives are basically to create and refine the idea of the project or the business. So define also what is the business model, how the product or the idea for the service has a market fit, and of course, to develop the business plan. So this is the initial stage before the incubation, and you want to define what is the...
I'm just going to stop sharing and then reshare for a second because a line has appeared on the screen.
Okay, sorry, I'm not seeing that. My apologies for that.
There you go.
I hope you can see it clearly now.
Yes.
Thank you so much. So as I was saying, in terms of the pre-incubation, these are the main goals. So transitioning from the idea and trying to have a product or a service that is market fit and it's well developed through a business plan, of course, to move into a second stage of incubation. The main services that are related with this stage are, of course, more concerning the training, the advice, how to develop a business model, and to build your contact network. So at this initial stage, of course, we want to make sure that the network is well built, that the business model is structured enough to move into an incubation. Another important point here concerns what is defined as the milestones. Of course, These are just some examples, and each incubator or each project might have its particularities and different milestones than those presented in a slide. But we believe it is important to mark this and highlight this in this presentation. So from a pre-incubation to an incubation stage, we would have as the main milestones, first, to have a good consolidated team of the project or the business, and to have a viable business model. So we talked before as the main goal of the pre-incubation to have a business plan development. And of course, when this is viable, then the milestones are achieved to move from a pre-incubation to an incubation stage. Now, if you are now at the stage of the incubation, of course, the goals change. So you've moved from the concept of the idea, what you want to achieve, to having a legal constitution of the company. That's what you want to achieve under the incubation. Achievement of continued sales and access to finance. So you are in a more growth stage of the project idea or business idea. And of course, the incubation phase provides or aims to provide all of these goals in terms of the financing, the sales, and constitute the company legally. What are some of the main services that under the incubation are provided? And of course, under this presentation, we will go into detail on the different key services provided under the incubation, but here are just some of those as examples. So first, access to service providers, having a business mentor network, access to partners, markets, and financing opportunities. So having everything when you are constituted your business to make sure that you have all the capabilities and access to the different requirements that you need to actually have a growing stage of the company or the project or the business idea. When this is done, then we can move to a post-incubation phase. And here the main milestones that should be taken into consideration are the company creation, so having a company that is created and established, and also at least having financial stability. That are the main aspects or the minimum aspects to be considered to move from an incubation stage to a post-incubation. And of course, when that is done, at the post-incubation level, what we want to do, the main objective is to grow the business and consolidate the business. And in terms of what we can provide for support services as an incubator or a post-incubator part, is to try to support the business in terms of programs that relate with enlarging the scope of the activity through internationalization or regionalization, and also to have access to equity investment opportunities, which are key to ensure that the proper growth of the company is developed. So, of course, there are many aspects to consider in the three different stages, many different services that can be provided, not only those that are presented in the slides, of course. There are, for sure, other services that are relevant in each one of these three stages. And later on in the slides, we will focus basically on the incubation stage, and in particular, the main services that should be provided under this phase. In the next slide, before that, it's also relevant to look at these three stages that we just discussed, so pre-incubation, incubation, and post-incubation, according to the different maturity levels of the business, startup, or company. So you will see that first, at the pre-incubation level, it is associated with the idea of the selection of course, relevant project ideas or business ideas until these reach out the startup phase. And this is where the pre-incubation is acting within these two parts of the company growth. Then the incubation is related with, of course, what goes from the startup phase until the business expansion towards profitability, as you can see there on the slide. And this is where it marks the difference between the post-incubation part, so from expansion of profitability until the business itself is mature enough and expanded enough to reach out the next phase of the post-incubation. So we just wanted to show how the different stages and growth stages of the incubation are related with the growth stages of the project idea, the company, or the start. So having said this, we will move into the next slide, where, as I mentioned, we believe it is important to define what are the key business incubation services. And here, just a note that we will mention some of these key business incubation services according to our view, but these might include others. So for sure that we will miss some other relevant services that probably you believe are important. And of course, we want also to understand which one of these you think are the most relevant. But this is not an exhaustive list, but a list of those that we consider as key. So to initiate the discussions, we show here on this slide, as you might, I hope you can see properly, the list of potential set of relevant services. So these are the most common forms of support. As I mentioned, there might be others, grouped into 4 teams and relating these 4 teams of services with the values that they bring to the entrepreneur. And we want briefly to go through each one of these. So if we look at the 4 themes of services, the first one is the infrastructure. Of course, here we are talking about physical infrastructure. As you see there, some examples of office space, meeting rooms, and so on. And of course, business incubations allow these services and have these services of infrastructure. And these are very valuable to the entrepreneur because they allow them through the incubation to reduce the cost of starting a business. So the cost of these physical infrastructures will, of course, be reduced through the incubators. And this is of value to the new businesses and to early stage entrepreneurs. And of course, the professional look and brand that the entrepreneurs and the projects have associated with the incubators is, of course, seen of value to the entrepreneurs because they can associate their brand or associate their business to the brand of the incubator. The second category of services that we believe in, and of course it's of key importance, concern the business services. So here we are talking about not only administrative aspects, so you see there some examples such as help with registration or licenses or accounting, but also supporting in advice, in market research, in other aspects concerning the development of the business from a market point of view that can be of support. Of course, many of these are non-core activities for the businesses, and that's the value to the entrepreneur, because through the incubator services, the entrepreneur can save money and time in basically outsourcing this service, these aspects and these activities to the incubator, which can facilitate them. So this is, of course, and time and money is what entrepreneurs need when starting their business. So this is, of course, of key relevance. The third key service that is of key importance, of course, concerns financing. And here we are talking about support in providing financial services or credits or guarantees that can be achieved through the incubators. And of course, this is naturally very valuable to the entrepreneur as it supports in its credibility to the incubator and the portfolio of the entrepreneurs to, of course, overcome what can be potential financing gaps in their businesses. So this is, of course, and assumes a key importance to the development of the entrepreneurial activity. And fourth, which is also one of the key aspects of incubators, concern the people connectivity. So here we talk not only about accessing networks, but also accessing mentorships and coaching interactions that the incubator can provide. And of course, you see in the gray part of the column, the value to entrepreneur, this allows the entrepreneur to learn, to exchange ideas on their businesses, to have support in terms of partnerships, not only partnerships with other institutions, but also strategic partners that they can include in their business relationships.
But before we move on, Francesco, this is Douglas speaking. You might not be able to see I'll put my camera on. There was a question, what types of business incubations do exist, and do they follow these types of stages and processes?
Okay, yeah, that's a very good question. So there are, of course, different types of business incubators, some related with deep tech technology or more related with technology, other public incubators that do not really have a criteria for in terms of the area or the thematic for selecting a specific business. And of course, these are just some orientations on the key services that can be provided. Each one of the incubators can have specific types of services that they believe are relevant for the incubatees, and they are really dependent not only on the type of incubators, but also the ecosystem that they are included in. So it also depends on the region, it depends on the topic, if that's the case, if they are technology oriented or not, for example, and this might change the category of services that are offered between the incubators. So this is, it really depends, and it's up also to the incubators to define what is the best approach according to the potential needs of the candidates and the incubatees that they might have.
But these types of, just to add to that, maybe these types of services are also relevant whether the governance of an incubator is for profit or not for profit, whether it's related to an academic institution or not. Of course, one's incubators which are perhaps more focused on identifying and providing venture capital and finance for their clients, and in fact, we'll be seeing a bit more of that in sessions 3 and 4 later this week and next week. But the basic core of services is a choice is of course very similar.
That's correct, Douglas.
Thanks.
I hope this answered the question, but of course we can provide further comments. The idea now is that we go through each one of these set of 4 types of services and go into detail on the aspects to take into consideration for the incubators in general for each one of these service groups. So
sorry, there is another question from a participant asking if it is compulsory to provide all these services to be called an incubator.
Yeah, that's a very good question. It's not. We are categorizing them as key services, but not necessarily compulsive. From the work we have done and from what you have seen, these are some of the services that we consider of most importance. And of course, we take into consideration the fact that these are services related with growth-oriented early-stage enterprises that are within the incubator. So these are not compulsory. As I mentioned at the beginning, there might be others that are considered of importance, and of course the incubators need to take into consideration their ecosystem, the topics, and their incubatees to make sure that they provide the right services to the needs of their incubators. But of course these are dependent on, as I mentioned, a lot of things, and these are some that we consider as key but not compulsory. I wouldn't say that.
Cool.
Very good. So moving into detail into some of these, and we think, as I mentioned, that these are to be considered as some of the main services, not and starting with the infrastructure ones, we want to highlight the main service that is related to the access to infrastructure itself. And here you will see on the slide some aspects that need to be considered by the incubators on how they will provide their services related to access to infrastructure. The first point you will see there is that in many cases, the incubators offer easy in and out conditions for their incubatees, allowing also through monthly rental terms flexibility to have, we are calling them clients here, but of course we are mentioning the incubatees, flexibility for them to join and exit the incubator. And also, it is important to consider when having the access to infrastructure, the technical facilities. So, of course, depending on the specific focus of the incubators, having laboratories or specific equipment that can be helpful for a startup company in that specific technology sector, if we say that, for example, it is very important that these aspects are provided and that the incubatees have access through the incubator to these facilities to help them develop their business. If we move then to the business services, we would highlight, if that's the case, we would highlight 4 key types of services. In the slide, you will see the first 2, which are the need diagnosis and work plan, as well as the coaching. For this, it is first, and before going into detail on the needs diagnosis and work plan, again, it is important to adapt the support that we will provide as an incubator according to the needs of the entrepreneurs and the incubatees. So it is important to do the questions, as mentioned, some of the questions as examples that are mentioned on the slide, to understand if the incubator has a detection system to understand the entrepreneur needs, and with that, to build a work plan for each one of its incubatees. So adapt the offer and the services that we are providing to the needs of the different entrepreneurs. So is it adapted to, is the incubation process adapted to what each entrepreneur needs? And of course, is there a work plan developed that can be adapted or updated regularly according to the different work that the incubator is providing with the incubatee? So one more time, adapting the support is very much of interest and very relevant to the incubator and its relationship with its incubatee. Okay. So just before that, one note on the coaching. And here, the importance is to make sure that the incubator has a coaching service for its entrepreneurs, and to have a guide through the incubator management team that challenges and supports the entrepreneurs to reach the final result. So the coaching aspect and the orientation aspect of the incubator towards its incubatees is a key service that as well needs to be considered. Moving to the next,
just before we move on, there's a question of who pays for the services offered by the incubator. Maybe actually we can deal with that when we get into the business canvas model and look at, I think it's a very good question, when we look at the business canvas model and look at the revenue streams for the incubator. But if you have a word to say on that, Francisco.
Yeah, no, we can look at that maybe in further detail, Douglas, but it really depends. There are several types of revenue streams that an incubator can have. And of course, for example, for some funding of other institutions, governmental institutions, for example, there is also other investment streams from other private actors that participate or that support the incubator. Also connections, of course, when we talk about incubators that are related with public institutions from the academic side. So there are several types of revenue streams that the incubation can take, also combinations of different revenue models that can be taken. And this is, of course, very much dependent as well on the ecosystem and the approach of the specific incubators. But again, we can go into further details on that when we present the business model canvas. So further on the business services, we want to highlight 2 further key incubation services that concern first the access to support, to professional support services. So to understand if the incubator has first any preferential agreements for specialized professional services that can support entrepreneurs. So this is, of course, of great importance. Services related with support actions, as I mentioned before, when presenting the categories of the service. So intellectual property, accounting, marketing, or sales supports, everything that saves time and money for the entrepreneurs. This is, of course, of great importance. And established other agreements with trusted suppliers from the incubator. This, of course, is of great importance to each incubatee. Then the business modeling, we will go into detail further on this session, but does the incubator have a business modeling service for the entrepreneurs? So this is something of great importance. We show there on the slide the example of the business model canvas and value proposition canvas. So if the incubator has an interactive exercise with the incubatee that allows them to develop this business model canvas and value proposition canvas and other modeling exercises that can be relevant for them. So this is important, of course, for the entrepreneurs to understand their business model, where they fit, and how they can better adapt their modeling exercise to the needs of their potential clients and services. Moving into the third theme that concerns the financing and access, specifically access to financing. And as I mentioned, this is one of the main aspects that startups and entrepreneurs struggle to achieve, of course, in their early days of activities. So it is very important that the incubator serves as a platform for entrepreneurs to have access to these financial advisors and relevant investments and other sources of finance. So you have there some questions specifically concerning that. So is the incubator providing access to public or private financing options? Are there financial advisory services provided under the incubator? So this is, of course, of great relevance, not only on that, but the provision of or identification of different sources of funding, not only from the private side, but also from banks or subsidies to the incubatees. So there should be also, and you can see there on the third point, of course, a link with a network of relevant investors. And here we are talking about venture capital investors, angel investors, or other types of investment funds or private investors fundings. This is of great importance because, as I mentioned, entrepreneurs and incubatees struggle in their early days to achieve financing and to achieve investment and have contact with these private investments. So an incubator that can facilitate that would be is of great importance, of course. And the last point we want to talk about concerns people connectivity. So first, access to services that can support the access to strategic partners. So does the incubator develop contacts with potential strategic allies? Or the incubator organizes events that links the entrepreneurs with relevant people from the industry? So this is, of course, of great importance that the incubator can serve as a platform to access these strategic partners. And not only the strategic partners, but also to have a platform that networks between the different entrepreneurs. So does the incubator provide networking opportunities with other entrepreneurs, maybe other entrepreneurs that are within the incubator, but also others from outside? And do they link it with exchange of experience between entrepreneurs and collaboration among them? So collaboration, again, is key for the incubators and for their incubatees at all times of their growth stage of their startups. And finally, we talked about this in the last session, that concerns the business mentoring. So we talked about the importance of mentoring on the last session. So does the incubator have business mentors for the incubatees? Do they have a network of business mentors that they can provide to their incubatees? So can we also evaluate the mentoring process within the incubator? So these aspects are of key importance and also related with connecting the incubatees with the right coaches, the right mentors that can provide them support through their early stages of their businesses. So again, we highlight these points one more time in this session. So as I mentioned in the next slide, you will see that these are some examples of the key business incubation services that exist. But there are many others, such as those that are presented in the slide. We include that, or we tell them there's minimum key services that the incubator should offer to the entrepreneurs. But there are many others. We are considering these as the minimum ones, as mentioned, but that there are many others that can support the entrepreneurs. And you see there are 5 more of these key business incubation services. We are not going into detail on each, but you can see some examples of what we are talking here.
Before we go, because I know there's a question coming up, there's one question which perhaps there's a number of questions coming in on the chat, and I'm responding and saying when, you know, how and when we will be able to respond. One question which perhaps you could look at right now is, having done all these services, how can incubators measure their success and impact?
Yeah, that's very good. It's interesting to note that it's not always easy for incubators to do that, because when the incubatee, for example, graduates and leaves the incubator, sometimes it isn't easy to understand what was the impact of the incubator itself in the development of this business or these specific startups. There are some services that we will also talk in one of the slides after, related with the post-incubation phase. So, of course, as I mentioned, some incubatees graduate from the incubator and leave and don't have any type of evaluation process in the meantime, but it is important to have that not only when they graduate and exit the incubator, but also in the process afterwards, to understand if the services provided were really of interest to the incubatees. And this can be done by a monitoring exercise at the graduation level, and also of a monitoring exercise and evaluation, and continuing the contact with the incubatee after this graduation was done, so at the post-incubation level. So we understand that it is very important that the incubator is evaluating and accompanying the incubatee very closely, not only at the incubation stage and respectively its graduation, but also at the post-incubation stage when the incubatee is no longer incubatee, it's actually a grown company or startup. So I would say those are the 2 main aspects that can be done to monitor what the services are being provided by the incubator. But we will also talk about that in the further slides. So we will have now, and we want to hear from you again. It is important to understand that these key services are not are the minimum, the ones that we are considered the minimum, but there might be others. So we put the question to you: from these that were presented, which one would you consider as the most relevant? And here we want to understand and ask you to please select the 3 that you consider as the most relevant services for the incubators to provide. I also pasted the link on the chat, but you can, of course, scan the QR code if you prefer. And I will now share the screen, if possible, to see the results. But we would ask if you can please reply to this. And yeah, I hope you can see the screen.
Yes.
Very good.
Yes.
So we are receiving the answers as we go through, and thank you for those that are participating. Again, we are trying to select the 3 most relevant ones from the key services that were presented here.
There's a question of what stage of the startup are we talking about to respond to the Slido?
Yeah, so we are talking about startups that are at an early stage. So we would say up to 3.5 years if we go to the definition according to Global Entrepreneurship Monitor. So grown, that are in the stage of growing, startups in their growing stages. So at the beginning of their operation. So let's wait till we have some more replies. It's quite balanced, I would say. Good to know, because again, all services are relevant, I would say. Some more relevant than others, it seems. Okay. So for now, again, quite balanced, but two ones at least are in the front of the line. So first, of course, access to financing. This was something that I was trying to highlight. We were trying to highlight in the presentation. Of course, when we think of startups that are in their growing stages and entrepreneurs that are starting their business, their concerns related to finance are in the top of their priorities, of course. And so having services that support in this access to financing, of course, take a big importance in terms of the set of services that an incubator can offer. And second, the access to infrastructure, because again, the value to the entrepreneur is that they will save time and money. And they, most of the times when you think of a physical space or access to other services that they could access as a physical infrastructure, this, of course, is one of the most important aspects for an early stage entrepreneur. And then we have in the third place, tied up coaching and business modeling. Interesting as the coaching side, of course, all the trainings, all the support provided, and the business modeling. So it's also related with the coaching. So all the support providing in defining the business modeling of the business and the idea is, of course, something to take into account. Very good. Thank you so much, all of you, for answering the poll. It was really interesting to know your views. I would say, Douglas, that maybe we can go back to the slide. Yeah, I will stop sharing. We will have another question in the meantime. And thank you so much for the opinions. You made it very clear on what you consider as the most relevant key services to provide for a growth startup. And now we'll move to a description of one of the main components of the business incubator structure. So you will see, yes.
As we do, there was a question about, do incubators have a unique model they can follow, like Scrum or Agile type models?
Yeah, well, there is no unique model to follow. There are several methodologies, such as those that you have correctly identified. Are those that are one of the most common, I would say, among nowadays incubators, I would say. But there is no specific method for doing so. So of course, Scrum and Agile are two very good methodologies that support in the implementation of these services. And again, I would say also the structure of the incubators, but there are no structured models. There are some aspects that should be considered. Some of those that I just mentioned here as key services that the incubators can provide. And there are also other aspects, not only concerning the implementation of key services, but also implementation of the structure of the business incubator. We'll talk here about some aspects to consider for the entry criteria, for example, for selecting incubatees. So these are just some examples. So I would say, of course, there is no strict model or methodology that there is no correct methodology. All are correct, but there are some very relevant ones, such as the one that you presented, that can be adopted as a good practice, I would say.
And before you start this next sub-session, thank you so much for all the questions. It's excellent, all this interaction. Really do appreciate it. We have flexibility built into the timetable, so we'll continue with this sub-session, even though it's for however long it takes. We have flexibility within the timetable.
Yes, thank you for that. Just we would ask more 15 minutes of your time. I would say it's the time needed for going through this section, if that's okay. So starting with the structure of the business incubator. In the next slide, we wanted to, there are of course several components of the business incubation structure that we could highlight, but we thought it was important to focus on the process from the selection of the incubatee until its exit/graduation. So we believe it is important to go through this process, and we want to dig a little bit deeper into some of the bullet points that are presented there, specifically the criteria for selecting the incubatees and for the exit method, some graduation policies that we believe are relevant, and some other methods for assessing, for example, the business idea. In the next slide, before we start, just some details. Yes, please. Just some, it is important to highlight, of course, one point, which is incubation consumes very much resources, times, and energy. So it is needed that the incubators carefully select the startups that they accept as their incubatees, because again, they will require a lot of time and effort from the incubators. So the process of selection is of great importance, and that's what, as I mentioned, we will focus in this section. But in the next slide, before we start, and before we go into detail and show you exactly some interesting methodologies for and questions and criteria for actually selecting the incubatees, we wanted to hear from you what would you consider as relevant entry criteria for the selection of the incubatees. So before we present you what we think would be a relevant criteria, we want to understand from you what you think the incubators should take into account when selecting an incubatee. So we have included their question for this. You can scan it in the QR code. I will also paste the link to the Slido. I hope you can see it. So you can click on it and access this question. Yes, please. Can you, Douglas? I will share my screen so that we can start seeing the answers. I think people are still typing, but we'll give you some time to take a look at this. But here, again, we want to hear from you if you are an incubator manager, of course, or if you're also other types of entities such as startup or an incubatee itself, what you think should be the relevant criteria when assessing what can be a potential incubatee. Exactly. So we have already an answer. Very good. Very good. Interesting. Okay, this is of course a word cloud. So if a word or an idea is mentioned more than one time, it will be highlighted within the group. We have very different, a lot of replies, some more related with each other, others don't. But we can see here, the first one to be included was the business idea. So assess the business idea. Is it viable? So related with the viability of the business. Viability is mentioned several times. So of course, to see if the business is actually will have an impact. Interesting, more specific aspects such as, is there an existing prototype for the idea, for the product that the business is proposing? Innovation, interesting. To have a clear goal. Another very important point, potential to scale. So you will accept an incubatee that has a business that will scale or not? Is that something of relevance to selecting an incubatee? So finance, here finance, I understand as having the potential to have funding and financing options for the business. Is the business also going to be financially sustainable? So this is something, of course, very relevant. Okay. Value proposition, team composition, empowerment, innovation again. Okay, good. Very good. It is in line also with some of the things we propose. Okay. Yeah, I would say if we can, I will stop sharing and maybe we jump to the presentation. Thank you very much for participating. Thank you so much. Okay, good. So some of the answers go straight in line with what we are proposing here. Again, there is no correct or preferred approach. There are some examples that we think are best practices, but of course, these are just some examples. And there are other criteria that probably are missing from here and that incubators should also consider, and also dependent on their specific target. But you see that some of the things that we mentioned in terms of finance, viability of business, innovation, so on, are reflected in some of these entry criteria that we are included here. So we will go through each, but the first you will see in terms of the commitment of the founder. So something that we think it's very important. So talking about the founder in specific, not only the business idea or the startup or the entrepreneurial idea as a whole or the project, but specifically the founder. So we think it is important to understand their level of commitment, or in case there is more than one founder, and their entrepreneurial profile, because that will of course have a reflection on the incubatee and the company's development. Then something that it was also answered as a relevant criteria, the team composition, the management team and the complementarities between the team. So of course, when we are talking about growing stage entrepreneurs or entrepreneurial projects, the team is of course of great importance because they are the ones developing the ideas. So assessing that takes a lot of relevance. Then the market, again, how do you understand the market and how is this an opportunity to the market? Then the fourth point also that was answered in one of the questions, the potential financial viability of the idea, specifically the business model adopted. Then we want also to understand what is the stage of their business. Are they selling? Will they sell their products shortly? Are they in the stage of growing? So understand where each business and entrepreneurial idea is located. Then, of course, the investment potential and the ability to pay for the services and for the rent. So understand how is the entrepreneurial idea potentially positioned in terms of its potential for investment. The social capacity to build social capital and to build their business networks. Do they have something there already, or will they have in the near future? Where is the incubatee and the idea located in terms of their industry? So of course, if the incubator focuses on a specific industry or sector, that needs to be considered in the selection process. Their impact, again, you talked about impact as well in terms of jobs, in terms of their economic impact, in terms of their services and products. So evaluate that. And of course, when looking at the portfolio of different incubatees, they should not be in competition with each other. Of course, there might be some specific aspects where they compete, but in general, they should not be direct competitors or doing the same thing within the same incubator at least. So when talking about the selection criteria, it's also relevant to define the selection panel or committee that will be evaluating and selecting the incubatees for their incubators. So of course, these members should have an entrepreneurial mindset. Of course, they should know on how to develop a business. Maybe they were previously entrepreneurs. So this is of course very relevant. This can be sourced from the board of directors and of course the network of the incubators. These members should have a diverse background. You have there some examples, but of course they should know about different, and they have different capabilities and know about different technical expertise, and should have an advisory role to the incubator management and the incubator board. Moving to the idea of how to best assess the business idea. We talked about, of course, understanding what is the business idea and its potential to the market. So it is important that you make the right question when trying to assess this. You have there some examples of questions that are typically raised by the selection committee, and you can see these examples in the slide, not going through each. And of course, this slide will be shared with you after this presentation. But you can see what we think are very relevant examples in case you are assessing a specific business idea, not only the typically raised questions, but questions related with financial data and how to assess the market of the business idea. Before, we just have a couple more slides, but in the next slide, and before going through the aspects related with the graduation and exit phase, we wanted to briefly highlight the monitoring process of the incubatee development. So we talked, for example, and we had a question of how to monitor the post incubation, but we also think, and you see here, the development of the incubatee, it's also very important to do that before the graduation. And here you have in the slide some examples of the target milestones that can be included for monitoring the process of the incubatee development. So if an incubatee is completing or updating specific parts of their business plan, is this being done or not? Are they recruiting new members to the team in response to a potential weakness that they have identified, or the incubator together with the incubatee has identified? Have they secured their intellectual property rights protection if they are developing a new product or service? Have they developed, for example, venture capital training? Have they secured early stage investment? Or have they signed strategic partnership agreements with either clients or potential suppliers? So these are some of the milestones that the incubator can track during the development of the business and the entrepreneurial project that can help us to understand if the incubatee is moving or not in the right direction. Now, moving to the next slide.
And just before you start, I don't know if you've seen this, Francisco, but there was a question about after graduation, so I think this is the best time to discuss it as you go through these slides. What can be done to benefit the incubatee, or what can the incubator do to benefit the incubatee, or indeed enhance the company if they have some ownership of that news, of that startup?
Yeah, that's a very relevant point. There are, of course, in terms of the post-incubation, some post-incubation programs that provide support to the graduatees actually up to 1 year after they graduated from the incubator. And here the support is more related with activities related with growth. So here we are talking mainly can be from investments in series that are more advanced than at the incubation stage, or in the development of a specific process or aligning a specific process. And so there are different programs that can exist, but more that support the incubatee. So there are, in fact, post-incubation programs that can be done as a follow-up. And there is also, of course, as I mentioned, not only the support, but also the monitoring. So we believe it is important for the incubator to monitor in the long term the performance of the incubatee. And this, of course, improves the capacity of the incubator to have their services enhanced for future incubatees that can enter the incubator. So there is, I would say, these two aspects that need to be considered for the incubators. First, post-incubation programs, and second, the monitoring of the incubatees that have graduated from the incubator. Yeah. This is, of course, related with this, after selecting the incubatees, after the incubatees are part of the incubator and access the services that they provide, it is important to explore the policies that are related to the exit and graduation of the incubatees. So these are two terms, graduation and exit policies, that are used interchangeably, and they describe, of course, when the incubatee is ready to leave the incubator in their physical space and start their business on their own through their infrastructures and so on. Of course, we need to take into consideration that the terms graduation and exit, as you can see on the slide, have different connotations. Of course, graduation has a much more positive approach, and it's associated with the fact that the companies are performing very well, and so they graduate from the incubation process, while exit policy has a more negative connotation. It usually implies that the company left the incubator because they couldn't succeed or they were asked to leave. So it is also to be considered that both terms have different connotations and should be used, or at least incubators should use the terms that they consider most relevant. Both are adequate, but of course, having in mind these different connotations. As in the main challenge related with the graduation policy is that there is no clear and precise criteria for the incubators to decide that a specific company is ready to graduate. Of course, the main one would be, is the company ability, is it able to survive outside of the incubator? We'd say this is the most relevant aspect to consider, although there is no guidance, again, or precise criteria for deciding on whether or not the company is ready to graduate. Some used criteria are described there as some examples. So if the company has already an experienced team, if they have achieved financial sustainability, if they have significant sales or orders that are coming in, if the company doesn't need the incubator services anymore, and do they have the space requirements that their company have exceeds what the incubator can provide to them. So these are just some examples of things that can be considered. Of course, there might be others, and in case you think others are of great relevance, please comment on the chat of any other criteria that you have either experienced or that you know that are very relevant to consider when defining the graduation policies of an incubator. And finally, the last slide, and this is related with the last question that we received, concerns the follow-up that the incubators can have with their incubatees after they have graduated. So here, as we mentioned before and as discussed, we think there are two main ways to do this follow-up. First, through post-incubation programs, and these are programs, as I mentioned, that can be ongoing with the graduatees for up to a year of their graduation to support in anything that helps them in achieving their needed growth. Either it is for the development of a specific process or a specific activity that is associated with the growth, not specifically the services that the incubator is provided to the incubatees. So this is one model that can be used, while the other is, and this is also of great relevance to the incubator itself, which is monitoring the long-term incubator performance. So if you do an effective monitor of the firms that have graduated, this can, of course, improve the performance of your incubator for future incubatees. One point that is mentioned there, and I think it's related with the question that we received in the chat, is that in many cases, incubators lose track of their incubatees. So they really don't know what happens, or in terms, or at least closely, they do not have a closely accompanying measure of the performance of the incubatee. And of course, this is something that it's not very productive for the incubator because they cannot monitor their performance or adapt the services, for example, they are providing to the specific needs of the incubatees. So monitoring that long-term incubator performance through keeping in touch with the graduate firms and in the post-graduation phase, we believe is of of key relevance to a post-graduation follow-up. I don't know if there were any comments to the graduation policy criteria or any further questions, but this is actually the last slide on part A before we move to the break. But yes, if you have any questions, please post them in the chat.
I don't think there's any specific question. I think there's a point being very well made that about how to monitor, how an incubator should monitor its activities. I think there's a very good point here, which actually we don't cover fully in this particular session. But the KPIs, the key performance indicators, etc. But an incubator needs to monitor its success or otherwise. I think that's a very good point. That's a very good point indeed. I think the other aspects, I think there were one or two other questions which we plan to ask in the next sub-session about the business model canvas.
Right.
So I'm aware that it is Christina. Of course, it is now. Let me have a look. 3:20 p.m. Can I suggest that we have a 15-minute break, which would normally mean a 20-minute break, because as people come back. So that we come back at, say, 3:35 p.m. to start at 3:40 p.m., which would be a 20.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Thank you, Douglas. Indeed, I think it's time to have a little break before we go on. So yeah, may we ask everyone to please come back in 15 minutes time, and we will start sharply at 1:40, so that is 3:40 Eastern African time.
Excellent. And yes, just to highlight again, of course, all the materials from the first session and the second session will be shared very soon, and sessions 2 and 3, which happen later this week. Sorry, sessions 3 and 4 later this week and next week. Of course, those materials will be shared as well after those presentations. So, thank you very much, Francisco. Thank you much, everyone.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. We're just waiting for another couple of minutes while we solve the technical issue. So we'll be online, back online in 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you. Christina, hi. Susanna is now co-host, so we can see her again, which is good. Should we start, Christina, or wait another minute?
Well, I think that's fine. We can start. It's almost 40. Yeah.
Okay, if that's the case, thank you so much. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the break again. So thank you so much for all the interaction and questions in the chat. There's 1 or 2 which we didn't answer, but we're trying to answer those as we go through the rest of the session today. If I could also encourage people to put any questions they have for the panel session at the end of today's session, if you could put those straight into the shared document, that's going to make it a lot easier to make sure that the panel can answer those questions. If that's okay, then Susanna, let me hand over to you. I will be sharing the slides, so whenever you want a slide to be to the next slide, just please tell me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Douglas. Hello to you all. It's a big pleasure to be here and to share with you a bit of my experience in this field. My name is Susana Seabra, as you already could see. I studied chemical engineering, and it's my study. New product development was one of the main areas that I was curious about and I wanted to know more. And in my studies, I already had some, I learned about some of these tools that are used for new businesses. Just to let you know, when I was studying, it was usual for the new students to always starting by developing a business plan. And that was what I had to do when I was a student. We had to have an idea of a new business, and then we started developing a business plan. And it was quite huge document that we had to develop, but with a list of contents that was very comprehensive. And in the end, we had to deliver this document saying what was our idea, our new business about, what was the market, some calculations about costs and revenues and so on. So it was a big effort that we put in the beginning to make this business plan. After I finished my course, I kept on working in this area. First, I was working in as a chemical engineer in companies. And then I started to also collaborate with other companies and entrepreneurs to start their own business and in entrepreneurship, let's say, to existing companies to develop new products and to put new solutions in the market. And still, we had this procedure, this methodology of putting the entrepreneurs, developing this business plan, which is still important. But we realized that as soon as we went to the market or we made the prototype, we had to change a lot of things in this business model. So it was with great joy that I saw that now we have more dynamic tools and more concise tools that in one page we can see the main information about a business, a new business that we want to develop, a new business model. Okay, so this business model canvas in the end is like that. It's something very dynamic. It's something where you can see the whole picture in one single canvas, and it makes you think about even the real important topics that you must learn and that you must develop from the beginning. Could you show next slide, please? Okay, so the business model canvas, the definition, I say, it's a strategic management tool that provides a visual framework for developing, describing, and understanding the business model of a company. So it's all in a, not in a many pages document, but in a single canvas, as I told you before, and that has this. Douglas, could you change, please? So this is, most of you maybe already saw this or heard about it, but this is the final, the look of the business model canvas. As you can see, we look at it and we see right away what is the core of our business, and in the center you have the value proposition. Here, if you go there, you can see what are you offering that really has value and that can differentiate you in the market. So on your right side, you have aspects that Francisco already told you that has to do with the market, the customer relationships, the customs segments, the channels that you are going to use to reach these customers. And on the left side, you can see things that has to do with your solution, how you are going to provide a solution for that problem or for that opportunity that you identify. Okay, you have the key activities that you must develop, the key resources. What do you need to offer to have that value proposition, to have that solution, and to deliver it to your client? And then very important also is the key partnerships. You must analyze for doing these key activities if you have or not the key resources, or if it's too much effort for you to develop those or to get those resources. So you must look around and see who can be my partner, who can have a certain know-how that I don't have in my team yet, who can provide some equipment that I don't need to look more, and that maybe if we enter in a partnership can bring some value to my offer and reduce my effort to develop that offer. Okay. And then in the bottom, of course, you have the cost structure and then the revenue streams. So you have here something, if you want to make a pitch, if you want to present your business in a nutshell, you must pick all these points, and then you can easily make others and make yourself understand what is your business about. Okay, I was talking to you about the way I was developing my professional career, and this was one big step when I began to help other companies to think about their project, to think how they are going to deliver something to the market. If we are addressing a need that we know that already is in the market, and we know who are the clients. Francisco, and this is just a side comment. Francisco already told you that when you are using these tools, you can either talk about the business model canvas, or there are also tools related to blue ocean strategy, okay? And that it was the second big step, I think, there was in all this field of entrepreneurship and new business development, because in blue ocean strategy, if you have a new business that does not fit well in this model of the business model canvas, because you don't see really a value proposition that is really differentiating you from the competition, and you think that this new business is going to vary what we call the red ocean, because there's already too much offer in the market for this type of solution he wants to provide. Maybe he should do something in a different way. Let's say if someone wants to open a new business that is already there, sometimes we have in local entrepreneurs like open a hairdresser or open this type of services. What he's going to do is to steal a bit of the share, client share, in other existing business like this. So the way we try to scope with that is to think of non-clients. And this is the difference between what we have here and the blue ocean. This is just a comment, just for you to know that we have maybe two big approaches. This one is the one we are talking today, and sometimes we can just think out of the box and think about the non-clients, okay? But that's something that I leave you to another moment maybe to discuss. So when we reach this canvas, as I told you before, we have this core in the center. It's about the value proposition. And sometimes what we try is to give more attention to this value proposition. And then that's what I'm going to speak in the second part of this presentation, because we can also develop a value proposition canvas. Okay? Next one, please. So, what are the main elements of the business model canvas? You see here, as I explained before, it's like a present in the middle. I talked to you about the core, okay? And you have on the right side, you have the customer, and you must, first of all, identify very well, as Francisco already told you also, the customer segments, okay? To know what is the problem he has or the opportunity you saw in delivering something to this customer. And then we must think of what we are going to give him, what is the value inside of it, this is present. And then the customer relationships is all about how you interact with your customer. Maybe someone that wants to have something very, he can use it in a very autonomous way, that he can really feel not non-personalized, and that he can automatically go there. Or it can be someone that really appreciates a good service associated to the product you are saying, in case it is a product, because if it is a service, also you can have a more personalized or more closed relation. And then the channels, how do you bring your solution, your product, your service to the customer? And on the other side, again, the key activities are more related. For instance, if you want to develop something that is on an app, of course, you must put on these key activities before you go to the market to have at least a demo of that app, okay? So you must plan, but inside of making that big business plan that we had, it's important to focus on key activities, and key activities that allow you, the entrepreneurs that you are helping, of course, but allow you to go as fast as possible to the market, to have a first trial, to go to the customers and see the reactions, to see if your assumptions are correct or not, okay? So the key activities are those that allow you to do this in a fast way to reach, to get a first solution that you can try on the market. Okay, this is also very different than what was in the beginning, because you were supposed to have everything very well planned, because before you go to the market, and since you got there, you had to change something, because things are never the way we planned or the way we thought. Even if we collect too much information, even if we plan in a very detailed way, it's not possible, okay? So you must see right away what are the key activities and the key resources for you to go fast, because speed is important regarding to new business on the market, okay? And key partnerships are very important for you to accelerate and to that speed, and to do not waste time in things that you can get from outside, okay? Next, please. So, about the customer segments, it's all about identifying different groups of people or organizations that we want to reach or we want to serve. And you must see if you have different groups in different segments, if their needs require and justify a distant offer. And we talk about the product itself. If you see that you want to serve people that have in a certain way different needs, maybe you should separate them, okay? And see if and then study each one of these segments separately, okay? Then you must, the other thing is you can get you can have clients that have the same type of needs, but how you reach them, the distribution channels are completely different because they are in different places, they have different activities, and something that makes the distribution channels really different. And that's really critical for a business model, for a new business, to know exactly what are the channels that I'm going to use. And in practice, if you have different channels, you must make different approaches for each segment, okay? If the clients require different types of relationships, that's what I was talking before. If you have clients that have different needs, for instance, if you have elder people that are retired or that are not retired, for instance, or people that really appreciate a more personalized contact or not. This makes you, this implies completely different approaches. So there are different segments in your canvas, okay? If you have substantially different profitabilities, let's say, if you from one side can get different income than from the other, you should see what effort you can put. You must put different efforts in terms of resources for both, okay? So it means that in the end, you have a different segment that you must work differently. And then you have clients that are willing to pay for different aspects of the offer. And that's also something that is makes you design things in a different way. And your offer should be different from these two, for these two groups. Next, please. So then we have the core, as I said, and in the end, we are going to talk a bit more about the value proposition. The value proposition must describe the unique value or benefits that the business provides to its customers, okay? This is the reason why customers choose one business over another. This is something that differentiates your offer. This has much to do with the existing solutions already in the market. So we must see, as you saw in the first presentation by Francisco, you must see how your customer is already solving his problem, okay? How he is solving his problem? What are the options he has? And then why should, or what could be in the origin of him to change from one solution to another, okay? And then you have a big range of things that could be in the origin of this change. It could be so simple as the price, okay? If you offer something for a different price, it could be about the service. So you can even deliver the same solution, but then you have the price, speed of service, or something really different. And of course, we should focus on giving something really different on the product itself, product/service, of course. So if you offer exactly the same and the only differentiating thing you have is price, of course, you should look for other things that you could offer in in your solution, so that the customer really gives value for what you are offering. Okay, next one. So the other important aspect is the channels, outlining the various ways the business delivers its value proposition to customers. You can have a very good value proposition, but you must see how you can deliver it. And most of all, also, how can the client, the future client, the customer know this value? So he must understand this value, and you must reach him in different steps. Okay, so you can include here distribution channels, sales channels, and communication channels. And these are the first you have to put effort on. So you can raise awareness among customers about your product or service. So this is using a channel for communication. And sometimes the possible customer doesn't even feel yet that need that we found that he has or she. Okay, we thought of something that could improve their lives, that could improve the way they work, the way they spend time, whatever. And so we need to communicate that. Okay, then we have to help customers to evaluate the value proposition. Okay, so we must give him objective reasons for him to choose that product, that solution. Okay, that he could assimilate in that moment. Okay, that's more about the communication and the way you reach and you use the proper message to reach the customer. Then you must guarantee that customers can have access to it, that they can purchase specific products and services. Okay, and then you have to deliver to them. First of all, these are two topics that are very related, because you must see what is the price you are asking for this value, and then see how you can get to the client and make this deliver. Okay, and then you must always see what is the post-purchase support you can provide. Okay, and during all these steps, the service is very important, always associate with the transaction, with the selling itself. Okay, not only about the personalization you have with the client, the inputs you get from him, but also to try to improve the little constraints that may appear during your relation with the client. Okay, next one, please. So when you establish a customer relationship, is more about we put here this heart, but it's more about the feeling of the customer of regarding the way you are interacting with him. Okay, so you can, regarding the needs, depending on the needs that this customer has, you can establish different types of relationships. You can have a personal assistance in the case you have really high value product or solution to deliver, or dedicated personal assistance. The customer may have self-service and preferring like this. It all depends on the business model you choose and the relationship you think is more valuable for your customer. You can speak about automated services, okay? And that's the value that's inside your service. It's not always a very personalized and dedicated personal assistant. That is the best way of having the relationships. Sometimes the clients don't have time for that. They just want to have problems solved. So we must understand very well what are the problems and how can we solve it. And in the previous step that we were talking about the channels, that the channels must work very well. And they are in these channels that we identify how can we improve this way of getting to the client. So sometimes the relationships is really sometimes about being fast, solving that problem. Other times it's better to really be near the client and understand and deliver more personal assistance. The last topic here is about co-creation. Is something that we use a lot in new product development. So sometimes the customer likes and it's very important in the process of developing the new product that the customer is involved in the creation and in development of the product, the solution you want to deliver to the market. Okay, so if you have the chance to find some opinion leaders that are willing to collaborate with you, that may transmit what are the specific needs they might have, the features you would like to see in the solution. That's very, in some products is really important. And sometimes the client wants to have an opportunity to make some changes on what he is receiving. That's another type also of co-creation. So he contributes for you to keep on improving what you are offering, okay? And he can be involved as most important destinatory of this product or this service, okay? And it's something that sometimes makes a real difference regarding reaching regarding the escalation of a certain business. Okay, next one. So then it's how you can sustain your business and get revenue, and how you can make the market pay for what you have. So you must identify very well what are the sources of revenue for the business. And this includes how the business will earn money from each customer segment. As I told you, you can have different types of customers, and each one can generate different amounts and in very different ways also. So we have here some examples of types of revenue streams. Transaction revenues resulting from one-time customer payments, or recurring revenues resulting from ongoing payments. Let me tell you that the most interesting scenario is when we have both. We can deliver a product, but then we can somehow keep the client, the customer, close to us and keep on delivering a service associated or somehow in a different segment, guarantee that we have a regular income that is always very healthy for the financial sustainability of the company. So it's important that we always, even if we are selling a product that is like one-time deliver, we could always try to think in a way that we could have recurrent revenues that are always good to maintain the business. Okay, next one.
Well, Susanna, this is Douglas. Before we move on, there's a question here of whether you could provide any examples of such revenue streams for an incubator. We're talking about revenue streams, the type of revenue streams for a business incubator, like many of the participants today. What types of revenue streams that they might be able to accept within this box? Okay,
so it's a very good question, because in fact, if you talk about an incubator that has this new that wants to identify these revenues, most of them are related with the services they provide. Okay, so we are talking mainly about these recurrent revenues that results from the incubators and from companies, already existing companies that we saw here in incubators that I know. For instance, there are big companies that they want to follow up what is going on regarding startups. They have new ideas that want startups to think about, and sometimes they contribute to the incubators to be there to follow up the business, the new business that are coming up, and also to put their team, their new product development team, working together with in incubators to have. Sometimes the incubators have already a strong connection with universities, for instance. So big companies or medium companies around an incubator can be an interesting source of revenue in the sense that they are interested in knowing what can be new business in which they can invest on, and they want their research and development teams to be in contact with other entrepreneurs, to be in contact with universities, and so on. Of course, one-time customer payments is not so usual, but you can also have that providing services that are required, or to organize an event focused on entrepreneurship, for instance. And in that case, yes, you can have one-time customer payments together with the recurrent revenues. I don't know if this answered the question. Hope so.
Thank you. So yes, I think so. Just a couple of more points which have been made, and maybe I can answer one of them immediately. There's a question on, when developing the business model canvas, where to start with the components of the elements. An example I would give there is that actually we've done this under BIC Africa in a number of the individual country workshops, which at least we've been involved with, is very much to start with just a big picture of a big picture of the business model canvas, and really to start creating ideas between 3, 4, 5 people within the incubator or with other people to help, and putting up post-it notes, etc., to identify which elements, which aspects are of most interest, and indeed the information, which is the answers which are specifically relevant for your incubator. There's also one other question which, Susanna, maybe you can answer or have in mind when you go through the rest of the slides. Or is the business model canvas, does it differ between a digital product service business compared to a more traditional business, which is sort of brick and mortar type business? So a business which has a physical product and perhaps one which has a more of a digital service type product.
No, I would say no. You don't have a different here because you always provide a solution. So you don't need to provide a physical product. You can provide a physical product, a digital product or service. You can only provide a service. So in the case of digital solutions, that is at least in the incubator here in Coimbra, for instance, that I know very well. What I saw is there are many new entrepreneurs bringing ideas related to digital solutions, and the type of exercise they made is very similar to this one. Of course, when you go to the next steps, and you must, of course, develop all the programming that is under this solution before you get to the market and to make this experiment. Okay.
Thank you. And maybe just one question which I might answer before we go on, again about revenue streams. So it's relevant to this current slide of, are they on a sliding scale depending on the level of development or maturity of the incubator? I think the experience we've had it certainly is that as incubators, as you say, get more mature, more well-known within the ecosystem, their ability to charge for their services, for instance, increases, and their requirement perhaps for national or international, for instance, donor funding to cover their operational costs, that the importance of that decreases. So yes, I think the response to that, at least from my point of view, and maybe Susanna, you have an opinion on this as well, is that as an incubator gets more mature, the types of revenues changes, and indeed it goes, ideally it goes to more of a private sector investment basis for its revenues. And we will be dealing also with those investment bases, of course, in sessions 3 and 4.
Yes, of course. And then if you know that at the very beginning, an incubator, of course, is focused on helping the new ideas to turn into business. But then you should always follow up this business somehow. Okay, because in the future, if they are very succeeded companies, of course, you can keep on providing them services that you can that are new revenues regarding internationalization, for instance, accelerator services that are very important for you to help companies to scale their business. So yes, definitely, if you go more ahead on time, you will have a group of companies that are already in the market, that maybe started there, and then they have different demands. So you must also try to improve your offer regarding the needs of these companies that were born in the incubator. Okay, and then the relationships also with all the ecosystem that you contribute to develop around the incubator has different needs also. So it's very important to focus always on what are the needs and the problems or the opportunities that you have to provide new services to this ecosystem.
There are some more questions, but perhaps, Susanna, I can ask you to carry on. and we'll come back to them at an appropriate point later in the presentation.
Okay, okay. So you can go ahead. So here we talk about the resources that you have. They can be physical, intellectual, human, and financial. I saw in Francisco's presentation that you put about the import, how you would select the new startup or the new team. And I saw that you were also focused on the human potential, and that's true. If we have a good team to start a business, in a motivated team, then we can more easily get the other resources. But it's very important that first of all we can evaluate if we have the human and intellectual resources needed to develop this service or this new solution. Okay, and of course the physical and financial resources is something that the incubator should be able to help the entrepreneurs to find, and also to guarantee the sustainability of the new business and also of the incubator. So there are different models to get this financial support that we also see as services being provided by the incubators, and like helping companies to get to make applications to public funding, for instance, or to make some events for them to present the business model to other companies, big companies, and so on. So it's important that the incubator thinks about his own sustainability, but also from the businesses that are inside. Next, please. So the key activities, it's something that I already told you. The critical are in the end, the critical things the business must do to make its business model work. So if you have a digital solution or a tool that you want to use that people can download and pay something, let's say, that's a case where you must very fast has something to test with some clients and see with some companies if they can use it easily or not. So if you think that that problem that you identified or the opportunity you identified as something that you want to solve, you must think why it was not solved before, and maybe see what are the smallest problems inside of this opportunity that you saw as something new to deliver to the companies in the incubator, and these companies also to provide to their clients. Okay, so if you have to overcome some of the risks that you identified, you must do it right away and see what are the priorities to do that. And they are required to create and offer a value proposition, reach markets, maintain customer relationships, and earn revenues. So these are the actions that you must take to guarantee all the other fields that you see in the canvas. Okay, so you must be also selective in what are the key activities and what are the priorities here. Next one. And again, identifying these external entities that the business relies on for certain aspects of its business model. This is the key partnerships, okay? And this could include suppliers, strategic alliances, or other partnerships. And as I told you before, the partnerships sometimes make us accelerate the action, going to the field and to put to make happen the new service that we want to provide, okay, or product. So we can have different types of partnerships. Strategic alliance, if we are talking about non-competitors. If you are an incubator and you want to provide a new service, maybe it's a good idea to look in the universities around, or look to companies around that can be interested in being part of this new offer that you want to give. And then you have another option, which is this new word is competition. You can also have strategic partnerships even between competitors. In the case of incubators, of course, you establish always partnerships because you don't see other, or you should not see the others as competitors. But when you're working with entrepreneurs, it's very important, even inside your incubator, that you can establish relationships between entrepreneurs, between companies, that they might be in the same market, but they could earn a lot if they, for instance, specialize themselves in different areas and then work together, instead of trying to reach the several segments at the same time. This is something that usually works precisely inside the incubators. And sometimes even big companies do this strategic collaboration, and in the end they can provide a more specialized service and can well, complement themselves. Okay, next one, please. The cost structure is outlining all the costs associated with operating the business. You know that from the beginning, even when we had to make this big business plans, of course, we always must have a cost structure, okay? We must know what are the fixed costs, the costs we are going to have if we produce the lot or the less, and the variable costs that depends on the amount of things that we can sell. And then if we can have economies of scale or economies of scope. And these are the analyses that also depends a lot on the analysis that you made before about the possible partnerships, okay? Because sometimes you can see if it's the best moment or not to go to the next step and to have a different dimension, okay? Because it reached to a point where you really must have, you can have economies of scale, but you already have a type of service or product that you know very well how it's going to work, and that you can keep on delivering it without improving. You can increase the amount of clients you have without improving so much the costs you have, and you can reach them in almost the same way, okay, or you can with the same type of costs. And the economies of scope, as I told you before, if you can be specialized, and then you can earn by that if you really concentrate on doing some things that you found out that are really more profitable in the field. And you must always have a group of services or products that you can provide that allows you to have a regular income. Okay. Next, please.
Just before we go to the next slide, which is about business models, in fact, there's a question related to the next slide, I believe. That's why I wanted to ask it now, which is, what is the difference between the business model canvas and the business plan? And indeed, are they substitutes? I was wondering if you could answer that as you go, and perhaps have that in mind as you go through this next slide on the screen.
No. Yes, yeah, I was going to explain that, but it's a good that you asked them now. Of course, we always have to make the business plan, okay? Of course, we must show to our investors, to our future customers that we studied and that we made a good evaluation, and we know what we are proposing, and we have different scenarios, and we can know what will be the next steps. But previously we began by that. Yeah. So the business model canvas allows you to be much more flexible, because it's a dynamic thing that you can have always in front of you and keep on changing as you receive information from the market, as you proceed on all this process that is in this slide here. Thank you, Douglas, for putting the information on. This is the important steps that you must follow. And in fact, when you are designing and when you are developing all these steps, there is a point where you really need to put things on paper and to see the costs and revenues, to have a proper model with different scenarios where you can see you can have different options, because then you go to the field and then you see that there are changes. You don't earn so much as you expected doing this, and you cannot improvise all the time. So business plans are very important for you to study previously different scenarios. But to know better these different scenarios, you should do something more concise and accelerate this part of preparing your entrance in the market by making some experiments. And to do that, the canvas is much more agile. It allows you to have the big picture and to see in what you must put more effort and what could be the next actions you must take. So these are the steps, the main steps I was talking about. And first of all, it's about mobilization. So it's important that you have the right team, that you have the motivation inside this team, and see if you have really someone that leads this process, that can go ahead and that can evaluate what are the next steps that are going to proceed. And then the second point is understand. And even when I was a student and we made all the business plans in the first step, yes, we had to understand first what was going on the market and on the customers and on the with the people that we want to address with our solution. So it's important to make research on the market about the different elements for the business model design. We must understand what are the framework we have in political, economic, in other social aspects. For instance, if you want to, let's say, you identify a problem in your city related to transportation, it's very difficult for someone to get to another place, and then you try to develop a solution for that. It's very important that you know first what is the government of the city, what are they planning to do, so that you are not providing something that when you go to the market, something similar is already there, provided by public institution or so, or if they are going to give passes for free for people to get public transport or whatever. So it's very important to understand all the context regarding your client, but also what is happening around. And in case of an incubator, to understand very well what's happening all ecosystem around you, okay? To see what is already in the field, what is missing, and what will be in the next time, okay? In the short, medium term, you must understand how will be the evolution. And then you get to the design step where you generate and test viable business model options and select the best. And here it's important for you to have your team to keep on. This can go in parallel. You don't start one step and then another. Of course, you cannot start design without understanding at the least. But then, while you are designing, you receive inputs from all this information that you gathered from your research, from interviews you made, from other sources of information, and you put there on flip chart or something on a wall, and you try with even with post-its and try to get to different solutions that you can provide there. And here it's also important to use some creativity tools and to try to get to these solutions. And then you go to the implement. This is the biggest difference that we have, is that reality is changing very rapidly, as you know. So sometimes when we take so much time to understand, to collect information, and then to go to the market, sometimes you get there and things are not the way they were. So it's very important that as soon as possible, you can try to implement a prototype in the field to test the ideas, okay? And then you have to adapt and modify the business model in response to market reaction. Sometimes people say that there has been a big failure or big risk in entrepreneurship and in new business, but the fact is that sometimes in the end you get to a very different value proposition from what you had in the beginning. But the only solution for that is that you cannot be too attached to your initial ideas. So you must let her go and see, let it go and see what are the reactions and what are the modifications and improvements you can make to your initial proposition, to your initial idea, okay? Next. So it's important for you to know what are the things that you can influence, okay? About the value proposition. You can influence what you do, for whom, and why. You can define what are the sales and marketing channels, if they are local, national, international, some things that are options that belong to you. Then the customer segments, which are the segments in which development stage they are, the services you offer, and should evolve. The services the services you offer can and should evolve. So these are things that you can influence, definitely. And the partners you work with is something you can work on in a proactive way. These are things that are in your hands. But on the other side, there are things that you cannot control. In the next slide, please. There are things that you cannot influence. So, as I told you before, when you gather information, you must see very well what is the context, the global economical context, the political decisions at local, regional, and national level. Sometimes they influence a lot the direction in what your activity is going, the whole ecosystem around you. See what are the partners, the cultural aspects, the competitors, the big players. But these are factors that you must understand, and you must get them in account to what you are doing, and see if they are getting too much in your plans, how you can mitigate them. But they are out of your control, and you must see that from the beginning. Okay, next one. So this was about the business model canvas, as you saw. And then you have another tool that is more focused on value proposition canvas definition. It's much more simple, but it's focused on that central part of the business model, which is the value proposition. So it's a complementary tool to the business model canvas, but is focused specifically on understanding and designing the value a product or service offers to a certain segment. Okay, so sometimes it's important to have this visual and concise canvas that can help you to see what is really in value. Next, please. So this is the final aspect of the value proposition canvas. You can see in one square, the product, the offer you have, and in this circle in the right, you have the customer profile. And the customer, we can always define as the destinatory of our actions here. And you know that the customer wants to reach something, and he wants to gain something. And the other side, he has some pains. So what you want to provide with your value proposition on the other side, it's a product or a service that has these pain relievers that can really overcome or have a response to these pains that your customer has. And then you can really get these gains to him or even escalate the gains, the expectations that he has with gaining something with this offer you have. Next, please. So the value proposition has these three main areas where you put products and services, and you describe the features, the functionalities, the solutions the product or service provides, okay, the product itself. And then you put the pain relievers, which are, it specifies how the product or service addresses and alleviates custom pains. So if you see that somehow someone to whom you are delivering a certain service, you see that it has difficulties in making fast enough, for instance, maybe you could include in your service to give him tools to interact better with the external partners that could help him to do that. And then sometimes you have, well, I don't know, in the incubators, sometimes you have entrepreneurs with lack of time to do things, and the incubators can help them not to be themselves to do all the time, okay? Again, partnerships may be a solution here. And then you have to have the game creators. You must see how the product or service delivers the desired benefits and helps customers to achieve their gains. What are their expectations? Okay, next one, please. So in customer profile, you must focus on the ones that are going to receive your solution, okay? So what are the jobs to be done? Describes the functional, emotional, and social tasks or jobs that the customer is trying to accomplish. What do they want to do? What are their function in the end? And then it has some challenges, and when you put here the pains, is really what is being hard to do that job that he wants to do, that he needs to do. It's the challenges, the negative emotions, the obstacles in the customer experience while trying to get the job done. Sometimes in entrepreneurs, we get the motivating, the time passing and difficulty in getting some means and support to go ahead. But then he wants to have some gains. He wants to, you must identify the positive outcomes, the benefits, the expectations the customer wants to achieve. Next one, please. And these are the main, let's say, tools you can use in a very dynamic way. And in a more synthetic way, I just go through the tips and lessons learned from these two tools that you can retain here. About the business model canvas, it's important for you to start with the value proposition. So before you go to the other parts, it's important for you to understand what you want to provide, what value your product or service provides to your customers, okay? And then you can go to the different segments. It's something that it's also very important that you understand your customer segments. Usually on this exercise we make these the projects we have with companies to develop new products. It's it's always like that. Yes, we know that we must provide more value, so you have a first rough idea of where is the value that we are going to offer, but then right away we have to understand very well what are the customer segments and the customer needs, and you must not mix all together. Okay, different segments have different needs and different maybe channels, and you must separate them right away. Otherwise you will not be able to develop all the model of the business if you don't separate very well. Then you should keep it simple. So if in the previous steps you see that you have lots of segments, maybe you should concentrate on one or two for the beginning. So the canvas is meant to be a concise one-page overview. And you should not write too much. You must make your statements brief. Use keywords and visual elements to convey information efficiently. And then you must bear in mind that it is a living document. You must iterate and update. It's a dynamic tool, and that should evolve as your business does. It's something, as I told you before, you can put in the wall in your meeting room and revisit and update regularly, because if you are working well, you keep on receiving information from the market and from all the ecosystem that makes you improve this product, okay, this service. Next one. And still on business model canvas, you must test your assumptions, as I told you before. You must seek ways to test your assumptions to ensure they are aligned with market realities. Customer feedback, surveys, market research are valuable tools. So keep in mind that you must have some assumptions, but when you get that step of understanding the market, you must use all the valuable information. The balance and cost structure. Consider fixed and variable costs and strive for a cost structure that aligns with your revenue streams. That's important for the sustainability, of course. So even if it is in a very rough way, you should all see if you have this balance, okay? Then always seek for feedback, share your business model canvas with mentors, advisors, colleagues, and because external perspectives can provide valuable insights and help you to refine your business model. And then use visuals. Leverage visual elements to make your canvas more engaging and understandable. Okay, charts, icons, diagrams can quickly convey complex information. Be creative on this topic. Okay, next one, please. And now the tips we would underline regarding value proposition canvas. Start with empathy. Put yourself in the shoes of your customers, okay, to see the value, understand their jobs to be done, the pains they experience, and the gains they seek. Empathy is key to creating a value proposition that truly resonates. Segment your customers. Another good, important tip. Clearly define a specific customer segment you are targeting. This is a common error. If you want, we think we have a very good solution, but we don't know exactly to whom we are addressing it, okay? And then use specifics. Be specific when identifying jobs to be done, pains and gains. Don't make generic statements that even you later on will not understand. then you can do a proper reply that pains and gains. And then you must do some prioritization of these pains and gains, okay? Don't try to put everything there. You must identify the most significant pains and gains for your customers, prioritize them based on their impact on the customer's experience, okay? Next one. Still in value proposition canvas, align with jobs to be done. Ensure that your value proposition directly addresses the jobs your customers are trying to accomplish. Test assumptions, again, test assumptions like it was on the business model canvas, okay? Consider the whole experience. Think beyond the product features. Consider the entire customer experience, including service, onboarding, post-purchase support. So enlarge your horizon you are analyzing. And then connect with business model canvas. Ensure that your value proposition aligns with other elements of your business model, okay? Particularly the customer segments and channels. A cohesive business model is more likely to succeed, of course. Next one. Okay, that's it. So I hope you keep in mind these final remarks I made, and that's it for now regarding part B. I hope it was clear for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Susanna. Very much appreciated, and thank you for asking all those questions as we went through. There's, I think, one, maybe two more questions, which I think what we'll do is add to the panel session at the end of today, because they deal with some aspects, including value proposition and customer segmentation. Just one, I think we'll just add them all to the panel session. It's now 4 o'clock. If Christina, what I would suggest is that we have a short 10-minute comfort break, come back at 4:10, where we will have a very short exercise, but it's really more asking, I think the participants, it's more asking participants their views or on certain aspects, certain parts of the business model canvas and indeed the value proposition canvas. And then we will have a panel session in which, in addition to Susanna and Francisco, as we saw in the previous one of the initial slides, there are some representatives of the BIC countries and individual incubators. And so we would very much like to have any questions which we can put to them as well. There is the link, and Francisco, if I can ask you to put it back into the link, into the chat, the link to the place in which people can put their questions down. That makes it easier for us to moderate the panel session. And maybe if that's okay, then Christina, a 10-minute break. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you so much, Douglas. Thank you, Susanna. Indeed, I think 10 minutes break is ideal. So we'll be here at 3:10 or 5:10 Eastern African time. And yeah, let's continue. Thanks a lot.
Okay, so see everyone in 10 minutes time. Thank you. Hello again, Christina.
Hi, Douglas.
1 second.
I couldn't hear you, Douglas.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Hello, just can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you fine. Thank you.
Christina, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes, Douglas.
Okay, but I can't hear you.
yeah, we
Oh,
can hear.
No
okay.
problem. Just give us 1 second whilst we have this technical problem. No longer here. Oh, hang on. Okay. Can I confirm you can still hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
You can, yes. My apologies. Just a small
Okay,
technical
perfect.
problem from our side.
Thank
Is
you.
it okay to start again? Excellent. So thank you very much. Again, thank you to Susanna and to Francisco for the earlier presentations. We have a short final sub-session at the moment. In the first part, we just want to ask you some questions using Slido as we did before, concerning some aspects which you think are most relevant for incubators in your countries concerning the business model canvas. I think there were some questions which we would just like some feedback on, which would be very useful indeed. And then we'll go into a panel session in which, as was identified previously, we have a number of people in the panel. And so as we see you are adding some questions to the online document, if you can continue to do that, then we will be very, very happy indeed. Excellent. So just to continue then, so in the recent BIC Africa capacity building sessions, which have been run in Brussels and Ethiopia and online with various other organizations and countries from the BIC Africa community, a number of business incubators have developed their own business model canvas. We did it together, we did it in sessions, and then moving on to the value proposition canvases, as well. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, for doing it in those sessions. But as we've got quite a few people here today, what we thought it would be a nice idea would just to get some word clouds, some information concerning, for instance, within the business model canvas, 3 aspects: key partners, key resources, and indeed revenue streams. And for instance, the revenue streams, there was a number of questions as Susanna was going through. There were a number of questions concerning the revenue streams, and so we wanted to see if we could get some feedback about some inputs and some information from you. If that's the case, then if it's okay with you, we would like to go to the first question here and the exercises. So the question in this one is really trying to make it as simple as possible. So for a business incubator in your country, what are the likely main key partners? Susanna went over the business model canvas and identified what aspect we mean by key partners. And so if it's possible, we would like to ask you if you could go to the QR code or click on the link. And the link is also provided in the chat by Francisco. And if we could do that, then we can go and we can see some of the answers and see the differences and opinions that people have. So if that's okay, I will stop sharing my screen. Thank you very much for the inputs. We'll wait for a little while. we've got another few people typing, so we'll just wait until until we finish those. Someone in the comments has put universities as well, so we'll make sure that that's included in the final diagram. And as you can see, there's a number of people identifying government, developing organisation, international donors. I think that's an interesting aspect here. It's maybe 30 more seconds whilst people finish. Okay. So I don't think we have anyone still writing. So let's go over what we see. Let's go over what we see on the screen then. So yeah, so I think in terms of key partners, the government is identified there as clearly a number of people have identified that the government, and yes, we agree in our experience when we've been working with the BIC Africa countries, both the government and international donors and agencies have been some of the key partners for the incubators, including as in a future question in a few minutes' time, I expect, in terms of the revenue streams as well. But it's interesting here. I think we've got some more, some other aspects here as well. In terms of the private sector, it's clear here that the private sector is a key partner, and we also see here angel investors, financial institutions. For instance, I don't know if you mean private sector banks or international financing institutions, but I think the key point there is relevant. It's interesting to see investors there as well, and also other financial institutions. But perhaps with investors, it's relevant to point out. But of course, in session 3 and session 4, this link between investors and angel investors. There was a question asked about that before as well during today. In sessions 3 and 4, and the trainers really will be focusing on how to identify and support your startups in obtaining finance for their operations. CSO, civil society organisation, was mentioned here as well. Which I also think is interesting, and the idea of large corporates, either as partners in terms of perhaps providing services to large corporates, but also I think as we go through to let us say having sponsorship arrangements with large corporations as well. I saw there's a couple of things in the comments as well. Let me just have a look at those as we go through. Service providers, yes, like CAs. I think you mean like chartered accountants, marketing teams, legal teams, etc. Yes, I think obviously they're key partners as well. Key partners as well for the incubator. Okay. If that's okay, maybe we could go to the second question as well. We want to have 3 questions concerning the business model canvas. The next question being, for business incubator in your country, what are the likely main key resources? So as you might remember, in one of the boxes in the BNC were key resources. And so this is a separate question. Again, I think Francisco has put the link into the chat. I'll give you a few more seconds to copy the QR code as well, if that's easier for you. Maybe I'll stop sharing and we can go into the results. Okay. Getting some answers coming up here. So thank you so much. Interesting. People still people are typing, but some very interesting results coming out. I think in terms. Let me see if only one or two people are typing. No, so let's start introducing the results then. Donors again are focused as one of the sources of one of the likely main key resources, and I think that's clear, and it's both. I mean, we've looked at this a number of times, for instance, with incubators from the BIC Africa countries, and of course, it's both an advantage and a disadvantage to have a link with donors. We have a link with donors. They're very good at identifying or helping incubators to fund their activities, especially their initial operating costs. But of course, I think we also know that with donors, especially if they're one of the likely main revenue streams as well, that they also put administrative requirements on an incubator. They also put objectives, perhaps identify the objectives related to the funding, which can, in some cases, be different to what the incubator would have chosen itself for its own key performance indicators and objectives. Note also, we've got investors, finance, non-government organisations and NGOs and community as some of the likely main key resources as well. I think we shouldn't underestimate, and this point is made a lot of times in certain sessions, shouldn't underestimate the links with the ecosystem and the community involved for an incubator, including in perhaps, and perhaps it's mentioned, especially in regions of the country outside of the capital, when incubators are operating outside of the capital city, perhaps in more rural aspects or through some agribusiness type activities. But the links with NGOs, the link with communication, link with NGOs, link with community, link with non-government organisations is very, very clear and important. Also, in terms of likely key resources, incubation centres, you've got a lot of people have put also manpower and human resources, which I think is very relevant as well. Excellent, very, very interesting indeed, and yes, these do. I think some of these follow some of the one-to-one sessions, but were being run physically with some of the BIC Africa countries. Very interesting indeed. Thank you. So we have one more question related to the business model canvas. I will share my screen. And of course, what we wanted to do was really look at what are the likely main revenue streams. So in this case, the question is for business incubator in your country, what are the likely main revenue streams? And I think obviously this link to international donors has been identified as, and will presumably be potentially one of those revenue streams as well. But very much likely, if I'll give you a few seconds to look at the QR, to copy the QR code, or in the chat, there is the link which you can follow. Okay. We have a few people typing. Thank you so much. Interesting that equity is identified as a strong aspect or a material aspect for revenue for the revenue streams. Then we have grants as well. That's relating to both national and international government and agencies. I believe be they sort of competitive grants or ongoing grants. There's a number of things here. The service fees, consulting aspects, training and coaching fees. So fees and revenues from effectively the clients, the startups themselves, individual customers there identified in the same way. The model here of subscription fees, so startups or organizations pay a fee to become a member or to subscribe to the incubator. I think it's again that's another important revenue stream. Incubation fee there as well. Again, grants, and yes, I think it's our experience that at least at the start of the incubation process, or the start of the incubator being created and moving forward to maturity, that grants really often are what can be used to pay the core operating costs of the organization, of the incubator. Okay. So thank you very much again. So we have one more question, but those are the 3 questions that we had concerning the business model canvas. What we will be doing is we will update, well, before we provide all the slides to people, we will make sure that the results of these polls are included in those slides, so that you can see what the results are from these questions. And maybe if we can just then move to here we go. We have also one question on the value proposition canvas. We didn't want to ask too many questions because we want to make sure there's time for the panel session. But in this question, it's specifically for a business incubator in your country, what are the likely main products and services? So again, on the screen, you can see the questions. So I know this might be more difficult to answer because it depends on the sector of the business incubator, or maybe it depends on where the business incubator is located within the country. But I think it would be useful for us to know if there's any similarities, so that we can put them into the slides and into future training. The similarities between the products and services which are identified within the value proposition canvas between the different participants in today's session. So let me stop sharing, and this is the last question, but we will ask via Slido. Whilst we're doing this, Francisco, can I ask you to repost oh no, if you, I will show you soon. Oh, yeah. After you can repost in the chat the link to the Word document for questions. But we're showing us. Yeah. After. Thank you much. There's still a number of people typing. Business development services being a focus in terms of products and likely main products and services. Water and sanitation, I just saw coming in there as well. E-commerce, that's interesting as well. There was a question earlier about the difference in the business model canvas between a digital type product and a physical type product. So I think e-commerce fits into there quite interestingly, as does tailored trainings, networking, startups. Yes, so networking being part of the ecosystem and helping the startups being part of the overall ecosystem. Telemedicine, that's an interesting one there as well. Sort of linking to a high-tech sector, but also potentially high-tech sector, but also digital services, fintech there being as well, and health. Very interesting aspect. So you can see that we're talking about co-working spaces and event services, which perhaps more traditional incubator-focused activities, going also into digital and e-commerce type services as well. startup coaching and training identified there as well. Very interesting. Ride hailing as well, because of getting into specific sectors in a digital format. I assume. Very interesting indeed. Okay, so I think if that's right, we have one more participant typing. So just let me wait for one more second. No, I think that's I don't know if that changed. No, so yes. So I think there's some affordability there. I think is an interesting product and service as well. I think that's relation to community services as well. Okay, so thank you so much for that. That's really helpful. That's really useful. I mean, we wanted to end sort of the capacity building part of the sessions with 3 or 4 questions that allowed us to understand from your point of view and for your incubators what are the main revenue sources, what are the main revenue streams, what are the main key resources, key partners, and indeed products and services for in terms of the value proposition. So if I could ask to go back to my screen. Okay, now let's go. So we wanted to get finalized today when we've been doing sessions, especially on face-to-face, but also online. We wanted to finalize today with a chance to run a panel session with both the main trainers from today, the BIC Africa team. But if you can see, I mean, we have some of the following available also on the panel, representing the individual countries and different incubators. What I'm going to ask, what I will do is firstly just briefly introduce the people on the panel. And Christina, I believe what we're trying to do is make sure that everyone can be on the screen. And once I've done the introductions, I'll take off everyone's name, and so we can just see the people.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Douglas. So if you're on the panel, we made you a co-host. So please feel free to turn your cameras on, and you can also enable your microphone when needed and disable it accordingly. So yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So we have Fasika Firai, who's the Associate Dean of Entrepreneurship Development Center at the Adama Science and Technology University, from a business incubator in Ethiopia. Eb Mushiali, who from UNIDO, the implementing partner of the Comoros project, the project in Comoros. Youssef Abdul Majid, who's the operational director of a business incubator in the same country. And Mohammed Muse Hassan, the founding director of CIMAD iLab from CIMAD University in Somalia. Oliver Petzold from Sequa, who's the implementing partner of BIC Africa. And then people who've been introduced before from BIC Africa, Robert, Dawit, Christina, and Susanna and Francisco from the trainers as well. What I would prefer to do, if it's okay, is maybe someone can stop pinning me, because at least on my screen I'm seeing as being the biggest, which is not an advantage for anyone. I expect. Anyway, so I've stopped sharing my screen. Let me just go to the questions for 1 minute. Second. Okay, so I believe now we have some questions. We have some questions, which I should put in front of me. Okay. So we have a few questions. We have a few questions which are here. Maybe I'll start with just a couple of questions as well, which I'd previously looked at as well, and maybe I could ask Fasika Firu, sorry, about who's obviously represents a university-based business incubator in Ethiopia, and maybe can we please start off with asking to provide any comments on the specific aspects and indeed advantages of such a university-based incubator as yourself?
Yeah, thank you very much, Douglas. Can you hear me?
I can hear you well, but I'm still seeing me as a big picture. Is that
all right? Thank you very much for having me. Thank you, BIC Africa team. So, as I've been introduced, I'm Fasika, in charge of a university-based incubator here in Ethiopia, one of Science and Technology University, which we call Dama Science and Technology University. So I'm also a part of BIC Ethiopia project, just running the two programs, a BIC Catalyzer and a BIC Starter. So specifically from incubation perspective, if I would like to highlight my own perspective when it comes to university-based, it's typically different from any other business incubation, like might be private incubator or any other kind of incubator setup. Because as a part of a university, you are just under government structure. From that perspective, there are certain bureaucratic aspects that you need to pass through in terms of getting incubators, selecting and providing the incubation services that has been introduced earlier by Francisco, the incubation process, whatever pre-incubation, incubation, and post-incubation. So from our aspect, we are a bit different in terms of the incubation activities that we are running. It's not a kind of full-fledged that goes up to post-incubation. Instead, we merely focus on pre-incubation and early stage incubation in terms of selecting and providing the necessary business incubation supporters to actually students in this particular instance. We are not just covering the surrounding communities in terms of providing the incubation service. Primarily, we target university communities, primarily students. So in this regard, there is a tendency that we can have leverage of being accessing to the existing laboratories, equipment, infrastructure. All these things are kind of advantage that has already exist, which is not somehow cumbersome to have those facilities to provide the incubation services. However, unlike any other business incubator, be it in a private sector or any other specific aspects, there are certain aspects where it would also be somehow cumbersome, particularly in terms of flexibility and the liberty when it comes to making decision and taking in different aspects, particular to procurement and such kind of issues. So that is the kind of experience that we have from our university's perspective. But from global perspective, as far as my experience is concerned, those university-based incubators do have a numerous advantage in terms of access to innovative ideas from students, which can be scalable, innovative, and that can be turned into high and growth-oriented product or services eventually at the end of the day. And that's the kind of aspects. However, from our continent perspective, in particular from Ethiopia's perspective, I would say and claim that the business incubation activity is at its infancy stage, and that's why we lag a bit behind when it comes to providing full-fledged kind of business incubation services. And that is my perspective from my own view. Douglas, thank you very much.
Fantastic. So, thanks so much. A very, very complete answer. And I think it's relevant because so many of the incubators which we've met, at least through BIC Africa, have indeed had a very strong university link. So I think it's very, very relevant indeed. Moving on, I see that I see that you're on screen as well, and of course you're representing one of the Comoros, which is one of the more recent countries in BIC Africa, I would say. But perhaps could I ask you sort of an overall question of what the main challenges that you think that business incubators are facing when trying to develop and implement a sustainable business plan for themselves in your experience?
Thank you, Douglas, and thank you to the whole BIC Africa team. It's a pleasure to be here as the last comer to the family, to the BIC Africa family, as you mentioned. Yeah, my name is Ebe Muschiali. I'm managing the project in Comoros that is implemented by UNIDO, and we are 1.5 years after implementation. So your question is very important to us because it's really the time where we start looking at the incubators, what they do, and how they can make their business sustainable, and indeed looking at themselves as an enterprise is very strategic. The project in Comoros is a bit different from the others, and we have two main focus areas. One is the direct support to enterprises, where we work with SMEs, and the second one is the support to incubators. And very often, incubators, they consider themselves a bit different. They don't consider themselves as an enterprise per se. So we have different activities, different interventions at this level. Now, it is true that incubation and incubating is a different business. Nevertheless, incubators are, for me and for us in general, are an enterprise, and they should also see themselves as service providers to be able to generate resources that make their own business sustainable. So we sometimes have nice discussions with Abdul Majid, that is online with me today, and also with the other incubators in Comoros, on how good they do in teaching and support SMEs to develop their business canvas, their business model, to grow and to look for partners to grow, to look for fundings, etc. But they somehow forget to do the same exercise for them. And I believe this is a very interesting approach, no? To try to see incubation not only as a educational work, but also like a real business that generates resources. Because at the end of the day, I mean, the other bilateral, multilateral organizations, we are just temporary. We provide technical assistance, but we are here for a short, medium period. And then it's important to ask ourselves from the beginning this question, and to see how the incubators and the accelerators can really set up a proper management system that allows them to position and to grow, and to also make their business sustainable. So
Absolutely.
Thank you, Douglas.
No, thank you. You mentioned yourself there. Maybe I could ask him to come in on this question as well, whether he has any thoughts on that.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Hope you all see me and hear me, because I have a lack of internet right now. But I want to reassure Ebe that all the business incubators in Comoros have business model, and we are trying to develop those business models. I think the main challenge we have here, like Ebe said, is financial sustainability. Incubators are we here in Comor Lab, we are considering ourselves like a business. We are running a business, so we have a real lack of financial. We are trying to have grant sponsorship with private, try to doing some public funding, and those things are uncertain and have some economic fluctuation. So I think it's the main challenge, the real main challenge. It's to be ourselves sustainable, financially sustainable. Then we have to establish strategic partnership, and it's really hard sometimes when we try to find a quality partner. It's something exhausting. We have to negotiate defeating terms that are beneficial to both parties, and it's really hard. I have an example. We are discussing with a partner since 1 year, and until now we start the negotiation at January 9 for this year, and until now we didn't finish the discussion. So it's something really hard to have a strategic partner here in Comoros. We don't have the big names of this world here, so we are trying to dealing with some private, and it's something. It's starting, and I hope and I think it will be set up in a few months, inshallah. And then we have to stay innovative. It's really it's another challenge, staying innovative and stay doing good job, stay providing good services. We have to have good infrastructure, we have to have good internet, and here now in Comoros it's something really hard. Right now I am on the lab and I don't have electricity and I have a good internet, so it's something really hard for us to provide a good services, to try to be how can I say, to develop and implement a sustainable business for our incubators.
No, I understand. Thank you so much. Thank you for the complete answer. One of the questions put by the participants today, and maybe I could ask Susanna if she's there to take the lead on answering this one, is when formulating the value proposition, how does can you give any more comments on how one can go about identifying, understanding, and quantifying the customer segment, so the customer segment of the business model canvas?
Okay, so I can give you the reply based on the answer based on my experience, and also in what is the best methodologies. So it's always very important to assess what are the requirements. I'm sorry, the question is related to the requirements.
The customer segment, how to, the customer segment, how to best identify and quantify.
So during that second part that we develop about understanding what is going on, right? We should always include some interviews and try to identify what are the groups of the main clients or customers. Okay, so we must make an intersection between the information we get from our research and then from contacts we have in the market. Okay, because we try to identify some opinion leaders or someone that we think that can provide valuable information about the service or the product we are going to provide. So we will try during that interviews to identify differences that we see that they are important, and then we must make we cross that information with that information that we must gather from the market, from the social information, like making an analysis, a political, social, economic analysis. We will get different groups of people that has different positions in the market, different needs, and that information is very helpful about about different sectors that exist. And if we cross this with the results of the interviews, we can see that we have maybe different types of power of investment in different segments, different needs regarding the channels that we can use. And that's when I talk about interviews to opinion leaders, we can be talking about no more than 10 interviews, you see? But then when we start collecting some requirements, we realize that we have totally different groups in different types of requirements. So we must develop different solutions for these different groups, okay? And during these interviews, we should be very open and listen very careful to what are the more little, sometimes imperceptible, that they say in the interviews, some kind of requirements that are related with the different aspects that we have on the canvas. We keep on asking questions, and then we realize that we have different profiles over there, that we cannot answer these two profiles with the same offer. So we are in front of different segments.
Thank you, Susanna. Yes, as you were going through your presentation and the questions were coming in, and this last point, it emphasized even more in my mind that we have training sessions, capacity building sessions next year under BIC Africa in this same way, and I think perhaps we should be starting to think about your expertise in product development and customer segmentation. That could be very interesting. I think aspect to consider in those sessions. Okay. Another question which came in from the participants is about social responsibility, and in which block of the business of the BMC, the business model canvas, could we include social responsibility of the business firm, the startup company? Maybe I can ask Francisco if he had any comments on that.
Sure, Douglas. Yeah. That's in fact a very pertinent question. As presented by Susanna, there is not a specific block on social responsibility or a specific social aspect in the business model canvas. So that is a fact, and one can look at that into that perspective. But in the other hand, in my view, when we are looking at the different blocks, all of them can relate with social responsibility. For example, if you look at value proposition, at key activities, at key resources, so when in this case the question is toward a startup or a business company, when the startup is looking at developing their business model canvas, is looking at their value proposition, or what are their key activities, the social responsibility aspects need to be included in all of these blocks. Not only in just a few of them, but I think in all of them. So I would say this has a very broad approach, and if the companies are wanting to include this aspect, they should consider it in all blocks, not only in a specific one or just one or two.
Yes, thank you, Francisco. You might notice that Francisco and I are sharing the same microphone. Oliver, a question to you. Obviously, you're the implementing partner of BIC Ethiopia, and as you might know, the subject of the next two sessions, one later this week and one the week after, is moving on to how to support startups to identifying their own financing sources of finance for them. From your experience, and I know you've also been, obviously, you come from so many angles. You've also been and are an investor yourself. Can you identify any key issues from your experience on how incubators can support their startups to successfully find private financing?
Generally, like here in Ethiopia, like the best source of finance if you want to build your company are your own resources. Like when you start a new company, like to convince a third party to support you in that journey, it's like playing a lottery a little bit. So it's extremely difficult. Obviously, like you can support the startups with having good relationships to an angel network if you have one in your town. I also highly encourage, that's something what's not yet done to a professional extent yet, that the Ethiopian incubators also have healthy relationships and not just like network relationships, but really like grounded relationships in standard operational procedure with risk capital providers. Because the incubators themselves are barely investing themselves. Only a few are actually putting own capital into their portfolio companies. Often few take equity, but mainly as in return for the services that they provide, but not so much for giving cash into the companies. But what the incubators can do is have like good relationships to risk capital institutions, that they know exactly what those risk capital providers actually demand, what are they looking for, what are their matrices, and actually prepare the portfolio companies in a best way to survive kind of an application on introduction at those risk capital companies. This relationship is not really on a professional level here in Ethiopia. It comes to an extent that a few of those risk capital institutions are even running their own incubation programs, because they say like what we are getting from these so-called incubators is not up to our expectations, so we run the incubation programs ourselves. But generally, as an incubator, like that's the best thing what you can do. You can also try to link to established finance institutions like microfinance institutions or banks, but they are most likely not the ones who are supporting completely new companies, who are building completely new companies. That's not so much thing. The best advice is like ask your friends and family and try to do some savings up yourself and convince your private circle to believe in you and to build the company to a certain level by your own finances.
Yeah, thanks, Oliver, both for identifying the problems, but also the potential practical solutions from from your experience. We have a question concerning BIC Africa, I think, in terms of sort of the coverage of BIC Africa, and maybe I could pass that to Robert. There's a question on, well, maybe I can generalize it. Sort of, what do you think is the future of BIC Africa and the coverage? And in this case, there was a specific question about East Africa.
Okay, thanks very much, Douglas, for the question. Indeed. So as you've seen at the moment, so BIC Africa is really partnering very closely with 5 countries based on supporting partners who have technical assistance contracts in place. So as we know, we have, and very pleased that they can join, some of them can join us today. So we are very much present in Angola, Ethiopia, Madagascar and Comoros, and also Somalia and Somaliland. Those are sort of the so-called 5 country projects. But indeed, as far as our remit goes, in some of the activities involving support to the larger community across Africa, especially online activities, indeed, we do open them up. So a number of our activities, including things like the Women's Entrepreneurship Acceleration Program, which is an online program in the main part, women entrepreneurs. We're able to open that up across to include many partners across Africa. We are hopefully going to carry on. The project itself ends in the end of 2025, but we're in the process of looking with our financial partner, especially the European Union, to see if indeed other country projects could join. And also we are very open to speak to other donors as well, who perhaps would like to carry on funding some of the activity, either in individual countries where we're already present with our partners, or indeed across different countries. I think this is all the idea of building a community. That's the main important thing. And so far we're very, very pleased, and ourselves are very motivated that the incubators that have joined BIC Africa and the implementing partners are all very active. And I think this sort of sharing community where we can exchange good practices and learn from each other is very, very important. So we just need a bit of financing going forward after the project to continue. But we're looking a little bit like the model of EBIN, our sort of the family where we come from, which is a network of European incubators. And EBN also started life as a project and is still alive after 40 years. So hopefully that'll be a good sort of template for us. And certainly if the interest is there from the communities that we're working with to carry on, I'm sure that we'll be able to do so.
Excellent. Thanks, Robert. Thanks so much. We've actually reached the end of our time. I just noticed that there were a couple of very last minute questions which came in. If it's all right with people, what I suggest that we do is that we'll, when we're updating and providing the slides, and of course the note on the panel session as well, we'll just provide a couple of answers to those specific questions in writing so that we can keep to time. So thank you so much to all our panel. I really appreciate your time and your availability to answer these questions and to discuss, finalize the session with such a discussion. I think it was a very nice way to finalize the session. So thank you so much. From my side, of course, thank you to the trainers. Thank you to Francisco and to Susanna. Thank you so much to everyone as well, all the participants, for your questions, your interactions, your points. It's been a very fascinating experience for us all over the last few hours. So thank you so much. And with that, I maybe hand back to Christina.
Thanks a lot, Douglas. Well, from our side, just to compliment you, well, huge thank you as well to the team of experts for this excellent session. Thank you for the panelists for being here with us today. And thank you to the participants for attending this session. We hope that it was useful for you. I know many of you asked this, but indeed we will share the presentation and also the recording of the first two sessions. And yes, please don't forget to register for our next sessions that will take place this week and next week. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.